Alrighty, boys and girls, good evening. Not used to saying good evening when I start a stream. Well, I mean, it's kind of technically evening for me. It's still relatively early for some. Cha-ching, how we doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Second stream, missed the morning one. Happy days. Hello, hello. Welcome in, Chris. Good evening. Yeah, I like to do the occasional bonus on a Wednesday. It's going to be pretty chill this evening. A few beers, a bit of time walking. We have the Twisting Nether Burning Crusade time walking this week. So it's a real good opportunity to practice some of these dungeons earlier today. I've got most of the runs down to a couple of minutes per dungeon, so leveling's nice and fast. Operation 80 is a go-go. If we can get all our tunes up to 80 this week, it will be very nice, very nice, very nice. I think I've done like 16 level 80s already today. I should probably start tracking this. Righty. Lunchtime is good time. I made myself some bangers and mash for dinner. Got some sausages on the old barbecue. It's very tasty. Right, let's see, where are we? We've spawned into the blood furnace. Blood furnace is not too long of a one. I made a couple of absolutely tragic mistakes doing this earlier. I'm not doing any hacky skippy skips, because that's far too cheap mode. But, I've seen some videos of people running these dungeons in like literally less than a minute, which is actually wild. But some of the skips feel a little bit too cheap mode for me, so I'm going to run it legit. Maybe we'll see if there's any that are smart use of game mechanics, but some of the speed runs feel almost a bit cheaty. Let's get some of you. Oh my gold. Dead. Do we feel the need to kill all of this before we move on? Who's been doing duos though? Anybody been up to some dastardly duo action? There seems to be very mixed emotions on this event again. I'm pretty solid in the camp of I might just ignore it. Let's turn the tunes down just a touch. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be ignoring the dastardly duos, to be brutally honest. Tried it a couple of times on stream earlier today. Tried to give it a little bit more of a constructive look after stream earlier. And I was like, you know what? There's nothing there for me. Might have had a few drinks last night. Also might have done a little shopping by accident in WoW. Now I need a new guild bank. What? I blame Zanza's video. He owes you money now. Oh, rumour has it, if you check the old YouTubes, he's posted another one. 2 for 2 on Zanzaful videos. Probably going into a little bit more detail about what he has scribbled away. Oh, I didn't flick the damn lever. Dodo. Are you playing Extractions? There might be an open beta for Arc Raiders, the PvP PvE shooter on June 6th, 7th. I've never really been a huge fan of those, but I have seen a little bit of footage of them. I think there's a lot going on this month. There's a lot going on in the next month or two game-wise. But, that said, there is a possibility that World of Warcraft could end up being quite quiet. So, there's a possibility to try a few other things. Satisfactory goes 1.1. With some pretty sizable updates in a couple of weeks' time. There's someone else launching this month as well that I can't think of exactly what it is off the top of my head. Oh, I haven't got that one quite down yet. He'll kill us all. Bet your ass I will. These guys at the beginning getting credit, kill credit, or experience of these guys. No. Still a little bit too far away. Obviously they get the main end of dungeon juice. Yeah, I saw people like Shroud playing the Arc Raiders not so long ago. I'm generally not the biggest sort of first-person shoot-'em-up kind of guy. I used to really enjoy them, but the harsh reality is these days I'm too old and my reactions are too slow. And I don't play them enough to get good at them. And World of Warcraft is one of those games that you don't necessarily need to be good to play. But sort of FPS games kind of get a little bit frustrating quite quickly when you're just not good at them. Especially for the purpose of streaming it. I can get away with being bad in WoW. Nobody mocks me too hard for being bad in WoW. You saw Zanzifar's guild bank, then looked at yours and you were like, you need more? It can happen. It can happen. I think there's going to be plenty of people squirreling stuff away. I look at it from the perspective of you can't really go that wrong, but I also don't think you can really invest heavily enough to make a big splash. That is to say, if every man and their dog starts crafting a whole bunch of decor stuff when it launches, the what looks like excessive supply of past expansion materials might not last very long. And as we already know, goblins will do goblin things regardless. Oh, hang on, I've got to get rid of these flipping void boys here, haven't we? Otherwise we're going to get toasted. I've just suddenly realised I don't think you guys have any game sound. Now, that might not necessarily be too much of an issue, but why is OBS not picking up the game sound? That equally means that's probably not been the case all day. Farmers will do farmer things if stuff turns out super pot. Yeah, that's true. There's no denying that if things do start popping off, then people will be out there quick as a flash farming it up again. Difficult to decide which account actually gets the sound. I really need to fix this. My audio setup for stream is terrible. It's probably the last one I opened, so it's probably this one. No. Okay, I've broken it. I've broken it. You don't need to hear my Demon Hunter do Demon Hunter things anyway, I don't think, do you? One thing I do need to do is move this flipping icon out of the way. I don't know why it's so flipping big to begin with. Can it chill the hell out? There we go. It nicely underlines the realm. I've actually looked at getting the Elgato Wave, you know, because I've been meaning for a long time to fix my audio setup, because at the moment I just have some scuffed setup in OBS that just kind of works and gives me a little bit of control over the different audio, what you hear in the levels and all that sort of stuff. But I keep hearing really good things about that Elgato Wave. And I do love me a gadget, has to be said. What did I spot there? A Wednesday evening Manthe. Yes, yes. Standard run-of-the-mill, hashtag not sponsored, Heineken for this evening. It is good to stay hydrated with brown water from time to time. I'm spending way too much time trying to kill half the random stuff, though. I need to get these dungeons done, like, faster. Faster. My brain can't do 2 things at the best of time, never mind 3, though, so... It's these stupid fears that are getting the better of me. Die already! More death! There we go. Got him. That was far too long for a single dungeon. 79. I reckon 2 more. Do we reckon we can do it in 2 more? To get another team of level 80s. Two more might do it. Oh, you get a lot of bonus XP from this one because you kill all of the mobs below you and they're close enough to the guys at the front that they get experience at the same time. Kind of weirdly got into this twinking business though. Since we made this Demon Hunter, I've had an awful lot more fun leveling toons. It is the most antisocial way possible to play an MMO though, to just do it yourself on 5 accounts, but it does kind of just work. What's a Sun Touch satchel? And what am I stuck in? Seems like something different. Oh, it's a bag. 20 slot bag. Is that a fly? I'm pretty sure I just saw a big ass fly whiz past my eyes. Either that or I'm seeing things again. I don't mean again. I don't know why I said again. Streaming late? Yeah. TBC time walking. Gotta get those tunes leveled up. Are you not meant to be modding your husband's stream? Welcome in though. What's Mr. K up to? Farming more crackle walls, I guess. I didn't get a chance to stop by before I loaded my stream up. Oh, it's probably a traffic jam on Twitch this evening, because I reckon Bear's probably streaming as well. I think Elon's streaming too. Real traffic jam. I feel like I'm the one invading, though. This isn't my usual time slot. Keep an eye out for the Burning Crusade and the rare, epic and rare recipes. They sell for good. I got one earlier, actually. Which tune did I get it on? I got a leatherworking one earlier. Which got me excited for a minute, because I thought it might be one that I actually needed. Because there's still 3 or 4 leatherworking recipes I need on my main character. And they're from TBC. But it turns out it's not one I need. Where did I put it? Was it? It must have been on this dude. I got it. Oh god, I hope I didn't like stupidly vendor it. Is it one of these? Oh, I'm really concerned I've ended it. Maybe it wasn't on this character. I better not have ended it. Pretty sure it was a jewel. I'm pretty sure it was a leatherworking one. I can't see it, which worries me, because that means I probably have vended it. Because that's a scroll. That's a questy thing. That's a questy thing. Oh dear. Oh, well, I did get one. I don't know what I've done with it. Another monitor, Crackle Farm. Boring. Hey, it's good money, though. Cash monies on those things. Although I am slightly concerned that Mr. K is wildly overvaluing those things. I mean, I know NA prices are a little bit higher than EU prices, but you can pick those crackle walls up for about 10k on the EU. They're not quite the 60k he's hoping for, but slow and steady sales, he'll probably make a packet out of it. Are you selling them for 50k still on Monday? I wonder if it's this is one thing that's interested me about getting into cross-realm flipping. I find it really hard to believe that people don't just go shopping on other servers for stuff. But then I also have to try and remember that most people don't even know you can do that. Never mind, like, logging onto the Undermine exchange and figuring out where the cheapest is in the realm and all of this sort of business. People just pay the price that it is on their server. And it's the standard value proposition of, do I think this is worth it or do I not? Oh, maybe I got it on one of these dudes, actually, thinking about it. Because it was on this boss. Maybe one of these have got a funky recipe to hand. Or it could have been past characters, because this is like the 3rd or 4th team I've leveled today. I don't know. Right, next one. That was once again far too slow. I'm going to stop doing a timer. You guys getting the badges in the mailboxes? No. No, time walking badges can only be looted. They don't go to mailbox. This dungeon and this boss, obviously they do get them, because for some reason it ports all of your dudes into the boss, but it's the only boss they get badges on. There is the possibility, well, we were talking about this, I can't remember who I was talking to this with, Tulok maybe, that you could put your guys on follow as they go through and pick them up, but it would greatly slow down your runs, because one of the big reasons you go Demon Hunter is because you're just fast all the time. Having dudes on follow, they wouldn't keep up. So yeah, kind of sacrificing some of the potential loot and badges and whatever doing it this way, but whilst I was waiting, well, whilst I was letting my dinner go down earlier, I was managing to get most runs to about 3 to 4 minutes in most of the dungeons, which I was kind of happy with. A third of a level, roughly a third of a level per run. It's not exact science, but roughly a third of a level. So roughly a level every 10 minutes, I'd say. It's probably not game-breakingly fast, but when you're doing it times 4, it's still easily the most efficient way to level 80s right now, assuming you have the means to set up 5 accounts. There's a little bit of me that's kind of half worried, half concerned that doing so much multi-account stuff is, what's the right word I'm looking for here? Not as relatable for most players, considering your average player is playing on one account and is probably more interested in finding out things that can be done with just a single account. But it's one of those things that it's an optimization that once you've done it, it's so hard to go back on. I mean, for example, I've had 2 accounts literally forever. And I had as many as 8 accounts up and running in both Shadowlands, I think, and Battle for Azeroth. I don't think I ever had 8 accounts running in Dragonflight. I don't think there was really any need, but it's one of those that it's just really good when you get it set up. Mr. Kachak has been recently saying that one of the best ways to spend gold, or like to invest your gold in if you've got a bunch of it, is more accounts. And I have to agree. That is if you can get them doing something that covers the cost of the account. They have to self-sustain, otherwise there's no point in doing it. That's why the Mechanica farm has been quite interesting for me. It has allowed me to profitably set up 5 accounts, like nearly 100 max level characters, whilst all simultaneously making 6 to 8 million gold a month after expense, which is very nice. Which then, in a way, makes it very difficult to pick up one account and go do herbing and mining for 5,000 gold an hour, you know? Even though it's significantly more useful test for General Joe. I don't know. Did these got... Oh my god. Like a smidge away from dinging level 80. I thought that was going to be it, you know. Alright, well, I guess one more. Well, this is like literally 3 rare kills in the Undermine. But OCD does not allow me to leave them on level 79. We'll do one more dungeon. Got your guys on follow, makes it slower and have to be a little bit more careful, but I want badges. Yeah, I mean, this dude, my boosting character has 8,500 time walking badges now. to think I could have had 8, 16, 24, 32,000 extra, potentially. When I need millions of the damn things overall, it does feel a bit bad, kind of like letting the badges rot, but the rewards from the badges don't mean quite enough to me to make the whole leveling significantly slower. I wonder if I even need to kill half of these dudes. Are the guys at the front getting XP? They're not. Whoa, how did you get through there? Sons of bitches, you're not meant to... That door's closed. There's a reason I went through the slime. Hacks! I'll do. Alright, these guys... these guys are probably going to ding 80 before I even finish the dungeon. I think they're far too far away to get... There's a fly on my nose. Oh, I hate flies. I need a pet spider. Get rid of all the flies. I'm sure that please stream. Just had a pet tarantula in the corner of the stream. Getting everybody to the last boss in the Black Temple is pretty good for badges too, if you can be bothered, plus the bit of gear. Yeah, it's a bit of a slog, isn't it? From my perspective, at least, anyway. But yeah, probably, what's that, like 400 badges a go then? For each level 80, which adds up fast. Train the doggos to get it. My older dog used to enjoy a good fly chase, but she's too old and does not have the dexterity for chasing flies anymore. My younger dog couldn't care less. Skip raids takes 5 minutes per, I suppose. People still trying to make gold off that. I guess it's a service at the end of the day, so fair play, but boom, there we go. Another team of 80s. I wouldn't normally kill this dude, but I need to get out of combat to change all the characters around, so... Nice. Another team done. Love getting my delve map before the boss in the very first delve. I, at about 11:30 last night, realised I'd only done 2 delves for the week. So I quickly did an 11 as the last thing I did last week to at least get my gilded. but it meant I only had one thing in my vault today. I'm basically done with delves. I can't really see any value in doing delves anymore. Took a little bit longer to get to this point than it did in Season 1, but there was still kind of been a pretty solid, not really much desire to go do delves again anymore. The stupid new belt in 11.17 might make me reconsider, but right. I don't know why I saved a dagger. That can just get deleted. Now these guys have got some random bits and bobs to put on. Quick sniper scan before we log them out. Oh, didn't save any pieces of 610 gear on this fella. Well, in that case, do a quick sniper scan before we log you out. 610 two-handed polearm, that's not very useful anyway. That's a BOE, so we'll sell it. Chest piece. Braces. Because these dudes are dinging level 80 with 110 item level, which is a bit ouch. Sell that one. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Item level 8. Level 80. Oh, you're winning, son. Oh, we got into 3 figures at least. Whoops. Oh, more Phoenix hatchlings that I don't have any space for. Oh, also doesn't have pet access to do anything about it. Oh, well. Okay, any goodies? No. Log you out. Any? Ooh, loads of goodies. A very unlucky rock. More of these things. Dark Moon deck mart. Woo! Sub 1 million gold mount. Fell Flame Inferno shoulder pads. What do they look like? Yo! Anybody want some blood balls on their shoulders? Is this another one of those where there's different colours dependent on the item level of it? Mythic. Yeah, look, these have got different colour variations to them. So there's lots of red ones here, and then there's a stray green one. The same person has the red one as the green one, so I'm going to assume they roughly know what they're doing, other than the fact that they're priced very differently. What was item level 249? Was this... Is this Shadowland stuff? No, it's got to be earlier than... Was it I don't know. Variations depend on the item level. I think the green ones are the expensive ones from memory. Rice is one of the top flippers on the EU. Yeah, I recognise the name. It's crazy how many people you start spotting when you go scouting around. You start seeing the same names popping up all over the place. I'll figure those out another day. Sid the Squid. Razorfin gauntlets. They sound very much like Island Expedition. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah, they look like Island Expedition to me. Nothing on here. Right, how many teams at level 80 is that now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams at level 80. Plus there's 2 at the bottom of my list. 6, 7, 8. 8 out of 21. 8 out of 21, so we're looking at like 10 or 12 more to do. Another billionaire. I would imagine so. Talking of billionaires, Magicus is seemingly making a reappearance. He seems to be playing the game again. Do I pick a team that's still Lobby level 73? I should probably pull from the bottom, shouldn't I? So take the lowest level teams. In fact, my lowest level team seems to be 73 now. And even these are probably not far off 74. Yeah, Magicus seems to be popping up on Twitch again more frequently. And he seems to be selling a billionaire guide. I might do the same as what I did with Student's Guide a few years back. Pick up a copy and, you know, just see if it's any good. I see you. Okay, yeah. Even the lowest characters are still halfway through 73, so they were getting up there in levels either way. So maybe let's do a quick. If we're gonna log on, let's do a quick little cheeky scan on these dudes before we team them all up. Why does it turn up down there? Did some sleuthing. Riser is his Discord name. Or, it's probably Riser. I recognise the name. Was claiming 2 bill in sales. 2 bill in sales back in 2023. Well, 2 billion in sales is very different to 2 billion in profit. 2 billion in sales. I mean, when you think about what people were doing sales-wise with Shadowlands Legendaries, I can probably name many a person that did 1 billion in actual sales of just Legos. Now, profit, different story, but if you're predominantly doing flipping and you've done 2 billion in sales and you've mostly done flipping, I would imagine if you're flipping at any serious scale, you're aiming to double your money on every sale. So, at the very least. I got Student's Guide, I have to admit, it's very detailed and good, made me some good money. I've not looked at it for ages. I don't even think I've looked at it in Dragonflight or The War Within or whatever, but I remember it just being pretty solid for like a mini encyclopedia of like your basic farms. I don't really remember it touching much on the professions, other than maybe a very, very basic overview. But yeah, you know, it suits his target market, right? You know, if you're looking for something to go out and farm, it's nice having just like it all in one place. And when you can get 50% off with code Shadowlands, who can argue, you know? Right, any bargains? Any deals? Any steals? Any sales of the century? Rebuilt gorillas, temporal spell threads, Dragon Isles tailoring. I don't think I'm too fussed about picking up one of them right now. Seems a touch expensive, if I'm going to be honest. Certainly not deal prices either way. Wolf Fear Harness. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. For 100 gold, you don't question. Looks like it's probably already gone, because it's killed my UI. Well, luckily I don't want anything else there either, so. A knockoff Blingtron. That's not a bad price on a Blingtron, to be honest. I would actually probably state that could nearly be one of the cheapest in the region, if not the cheapest. Those Blingtrons are expensive. I don't think they particularly sell very well, but they're knockoff Blingtron. Yeah, that is comfortably the cheapest in the EU. Comfortably the cheapest. But it could literally take me a year to resell it. But that's the name of the game at this point. Oh, I don't actually have enough gold on this character to even buy it. Well, if anybody wants to go to Eschkenishkel, wherever this is, German realm, feels like a German realm. Oh, all on Blackhand, twinned with Blackhand, definitely German realm. Somebody is selling a knockoff Blingtron at remarkably cheap prices. Go get yourself one. Woo, I'm looking at you. That's my realm, hands off. Oh, is it? Well, go get yourself a knockoff Blingtron then. That's a good 70k cheaper than the cheapest price on the EU. I just don't have the gold on this character to do anything about it. And another one of these silly crown businesses, which I've already bought a couple of these, and I feel as if I'm propping up the market myself, so I'm not going to bother. Right, no deals. Right, everybody in? Everybody in? Everybody in. He has a professional leveling guide in Dragonflight and The War Within with treasure locations, how and what to level, etc. And of course a lot of farms. I mean a lot. Sticks to his speciality, does Student. Which is good. Know what you know and do what you do. Right, Manatomes. Kill some Void Boys. Is it a Demon Hunter Twink? It is indeed. Yes, yes. Oh, actually, we need to kill you. Otherwise you start fearing me and stunning me and doing all sorts of horrible stuff. It's a Demon Hunter Twink, played by somebody that doesn't particularly play Demon Hunter ever, so I'm using Hekeely and just roughly pressing the buttons it tells me to press, with a strong emphasis on my 1 key for Blade Dance and my 4 key for Immolation Aura. That's basically how I play. He's capped at 70. Oh, well, when I say capped, he hasn't got XP off. He's capped based upon the fact that this account doesn't have the war within. So 70 is as high as you can go. But he's still 520 plus item level, so he nukes things. If the operator of said Demon Hunter was better at the game, then it'd be even more impressive. $150k Blingtron. Did you snag it, did you? It's the knockoff Blingtron, by the way. Just to be safe. Oh, it's listed for 150k, 2 of them. Oh, well, somebody's already had it then. Too slow. Snooze, you lose in this game. $150k is still the... yeah, because Undermine Exchange says there was 3. So if there's only 2 left at 150, somebody's had the cheap one. There's always ears open in this stream. Somebody is always listening. To be honest, it's one of the things that slightly put me off doing the cross-realm flipping up until this point. That on nearly countless occasions, I've opened the auction house, looked at something, and it's taken me about 4 seconds to go, that's a good price. And by the time I've moved my mouse over to press buy, somebody's already sniped it. So, people are watching. I mean, in a way, I do take it's a bit of a compliment that people seem to almost blindly trust my opinion on some things. But at the same time, it's happened a few times with prospecting, where I've looked at buying some ore, deciding how much ore I want to buy, and by the time I've actually pressed the buy button, somebody's come in and hoovered it all up regardless. So, deal's gone. Put 10-minute stream delay on or something. No, don't stun me. I die when I get stunned. Was it Monolite Ore? Monolite Ore was fun. That was a weird time. The Monolite armies came out in force. That wasn't even me, by the way. I think Lazy Goalmaker started that one. Was it Lazy or I can't remember. I vaguely remember there was a period in time where Monolite Ore just went to the moon, and I ended up talking about it on stream. I think this was when Jack and Zan were still doing the podcast. I think Lazy even did a blog on it or something at some point. But there was this huge run on Monolite Ore for like a week, for no apparent reason whatsoever, other than the fact that a few of us had spoke about it. Remember to press the lever this time. Try my best to not get stunned here, actually, because you can get stun locked really easy. Pop an emote aura, so at least some stuff dies, even if I do. Oh, there's an entire pack I completely missed. Nice. Oh, one more to go. I thought that was it. I thought we were done. Now we're done. Here's the big eyeball. Don't need to bother killing him. Remember to make use of the dungeon skips for faster dungeon times. Like the Underbog skip, where you can skip straight to the last boss. I'm aware of there being some funky donkey skips. I've seen a bunch of them on YouTube. Some of them, for me, feel a little bit almost exploity. So, at least while I'm streaming, I'm not going to be doing any shenanigans of anything too crazy. But after today, I will probably do a little bit of investigating to see which ones are relatively safe to use. I mean, I don't think there's really going to be much of a concern about doing some dungeons a little bit faster, but, you know. I mean, people use, like, under the map hacks and stuff all the time. You know, I even think, like, big streamers have used under the floor hacks to, like, host tournaments and, you know, to keep sort of the riffraff out, if you know what I mean. But I still don't think it's a wise thing to particularly be doing live on stream. Having 5 accounts simultaneously on screen at the same time is also... You get the occasional person that comes in and is like, you're not allowed to do that. And I'm like, yeah, you are. On Majesty's Terrace, for example, you can stand on one of the brazzers and then you do a double jump backflip and you fall into the courtyard. Yeah, because demon hunters can get up and over invisible walls that were not ever made to keep demon hunters out of. But the fact that there's an invisible wall there does kind of suggest that you probably aren't meant to be able to do it just because a demon hunter magically can because of uber mobility. Still, probably not something that's worth highlighting too publicly on stream. I would like to stay in Blizzard's good books because I would like alpha access this time, please, Blizzard. Just saying. When Midnight Alpha turns up, I want to be in the queue, please. Or even a bit of a cheeky player housing preview. Wouldn't mind either or. Yeah, Demon Hunter's been able to do double jumps and glides and what's it called, Fell Rush or whatever. Like all of this mobility a Demon Hunter has, half of the game was never designed for them. So, my theory is take the advantages of a Demon Hunter being fast and don't take the piss, basically. I mean, on your own account, you do as you please, but this is how I like to keep my account safe. Don't worry, I'll let you watch when I get it before you again. Yeah. I have stronger ties to Blizzard this time around than I did going into the War Within, though, so... Because in this world, as we see in many industries, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Yeah. Off. Never know how to do this, boss. Odd time for you. Yeah, I do the occasional bonus stream on a Wednesday. Oh, everybody died. Flipping hell. Well, luckily they still get the experience. Just means they can't loot the dude. I mean, I can, but I have to run them there, and I'm not doing that. Yeah, Wednesdays is the odd occasional time where I'll do a bonus evening stream. There's a bit of a traffic jam on Twitch for goal makers at this time of the day, at this time of the week, but I appreciate that you're here. What level are these dudes? 74, 75, halfway there. Well, it's not quite halfway, is it? We started at 73. So we've only actually done a level and a half. Well, these are still close enough to get experience from these, so I will actually kill these. Because it doesn't sound like a lot, but when every single one of these mobs is giving like 500 experience, it does actually quite quickly add up. if you can kill a whole bunch of them. Because it's what, 120, 130,000 experience for the dungeon completion. And if you can get an extra 20, 30 or 1,000 from just killing mobs on the way there. Yeah, now you can see they're too far. So, yeah, by the end here, they're too far away to get experience. Oh, I think I still pulled the flipping ooze. Oh, well. No, I was just about to I-beam. Did I I-beam completely the wrong way then? I think I did. Whoops. Soy, how we doing? Welcome in. Good evening, good evening. You can move the alts in a little bit to the instance to profit from almost the entire instance of XP. Just follow one of them and auto run while you're killing stuff with the Demon Hunter. Yeah, I go fast enough that they lose follow. Now, I seem to have lost it, but I also try and use fried bonefish as well. So having anybody on /follow, they tend to drop their follow. So I just leave them at the front. Follow one of the AFKers. Nah, it's too much like hard work. Not to mention these guys have got 8 item level. So they do not need to come in contact with anybody ever. Coming back to WoW for the first time in around 2 years, what should I expect on comeback? Lots of time gating. If you've not played for a couple of years, I'm guessing you mean since Dragonflight. The War Within, honestly, I've said this before, I can't quite put my finger on exactly why it is, but the War Within just feels like a continuation of Dragonflight. Doesn't necessarily feel all that different. You just feel, we're in a new zone and we have slightly new gear, but fundamentally the game is not that different. Yeah, I mean, it's relatively difficult though to give a 30-second TLDR of a full MMO. If you have any more slightly specific questions, I might be able to give a slightly more nuanced answer. Welcome back, though. It's interesting to see people are returning back to the game after a while. Here's a question. I'll throw it back at you. What prompted you to return to the game? Because halfway through Season 2 is usually pretty quiet. Totally been stealing some of these tunes for the Spotify. Oh, you're welcome. I can give you the entire playlist if you want. It's not my playlist. Well, that's actually problematic. It's a radio. But I can I can give you a link to the whole thing. I think. Can I? Can I share this? Where's the button? Share. Copy link to playlist. Yeah, quite often I will just find a track on Spotify that I like, and then if you right click and do start radio, it just basically makes a custom playlist of tracks that are relatively similar to that one track. Very handy. A few friends of mine hit me up all of a sudden saying that they wanted to play, considering I haven't played WoW since the beginning of Dragonflight. Got curious. Interesting. Good to see that the game is still dragging people back to it, even halfway through the expansion. Obviously, my content has historically always been way more goal-makey and profession-based. The professions are not all that different to Dragonflight. There's the addition of concentration, which has kind of carved a bit of a meta of setting up a shitload of alts and having very basic profession builds on them, but then using concentration in order to make gold with them without huge expense of leveling them all up. Now, obviously, at the moment, I'm leveling up a bunch of 80s. This is for doing cross realm. Every single one of these characters is on a different server, and I'm slowly getting a level 80 on every single realm. Totally unnecessary, but if you enjoy it, does it need to be necessary? Oh, hang on. Let's kill this dude. Just say you're prepping for the next expansion. Well, in a way, I mean, to be only in the second season of the expansion, and by the end of this little mini adventure, we'll have nearly 100. I don't know the exact number, but nearly 100 level 80s. Even if I don't level another character at all for the rest of the expansion, that's still 3 times as many max level characters as I will enter Midnight with than I did going into the War Within. I had about 30 max level characters, I think, by the end of Dragonflight. I know some people absolutely smash that number with Mop Remix, but stupid silencing. Incapacitating stuns. I hate these little void boys. Manatomes is proving to be annoying. It's the one I actually have to sort of semi-focus in, because this happens all the time. You see how we fare if we just chain pull the whole thing at the end here? No, fear is not good news. Where'd he go? Stupid ninja ghost mummy fella. Okay. We're getting a fair amount of mog from this as well, actually. Admittedly, it's all leather, but it's a bonus all the same. I've basically never had a leather character to collect mog on. I've always sort of had a druid, but I've never really enjoyed druid, which is completely bonkers when you think that most people run speed druids. But all those level 80s will be able to start professions on midnight, since I'd imagine you'd only need sort of 78-ish to get profession stuff. That's my theory. That's my theory. They should be able to get going straight away. Now, just because concentration has been a massive boom this time round, doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be the same next time round, but we'll see. If only your Demon Hunter was an elf, you could just run to the end and then meld off any aggro. Yeah, I didn't really know of that or think about that particularly when I created him. But it would have been handy to have had. How do we get 76 nearly? I'm thirsty. You can always use the Warlord's Adrenal Ring that has the Vanish effect. You just need to kill Golem and then go take the ring. Wait, kill Gollum and take the ring? What's this Lord of the Rings reference that I don't know about? Just make another alliance one, to be honest. I have thought about making another one of these twink characters, but I'd kind of want to be I'd kind of want to try something different, like a paladin or something. Prop paladins are slow, but there's just something so unbelievably cool and iconic about being a prop paladin doing this sort of stuff. It's WoW Hobbs' fault, right? You got to put your Skull Flame shield on, and you just got to stand there, and shit's got to die. Hobbs' way of pulling. For all of you guys that are older than you think you are. You can just leave party instance after killing the last boss. Doesn't break anything. Oh, right, yeah. Not actually even kill half the mobs. Yeah. Yeah, that also works. I mean, this dude just, like, unless I do something silly, doesn't really die. The NPC is called Gorum, and the ring works... Oh, it's... okay, so it is actually a Lord of the Rings reference. How have I never known that? That's quite funny. I might investigate. Is TSM breaking when buying stuff again? I've been... I think I've been reasonably lucky with TSM in the last week or so. It's not gone haywire on me completely. It is patch day, though. Patch day is historical for just breaking shit. Or, well, it's not patch day, is it? But, you know, reset day is as good as patch day. Recommend it. I use it on a level 10 twink just to run to the end and vanish the aggro in dungeons like Stratholme. That's quite clever. Oh, I've pawned. This is one of those scenarios where I've pawned too much. Now, if I knew how to play Demon Hunter slightly better, I probably wouldn't panic when this happens. But I think we're fine. I didn't even pull the flipping lever. Always forget to pull the lever. Dinner's done. Girlfriend is fed and happy. Time to pull out the Schrock Mango vodka. Oh dear. Didn't you say you had a heavy night last night? 2 in a row. What's the occasion? 2 in a row on a weekday. School night, nonetheless. I don't think I've ever had mango vodka. I've had vodka with mango in it, but I don't think I've actually had mango vodka. This will divide the room, but I found a bottle of Sambuca in the shop the other day, and I bought another one of those. I'm one of the very, very weird people on this planet that drinks Sambuca neat out of choice. And I'm still kind of convinced that Sambuca's like Marmite. It's one of those drinks that you either love it or you hate it. So yeah, here I can just leave instance group, can't I? Yeah, and it still does the exact same thing. Don't need to kill everything else. That's a smart trick, actually. Kind of weird that Hikili isn't telling you to use Glaive Tempest. It should do a lot of damage just because of the item level. I don't know what Glaive Tempest is. This one. Launch 2 demonic glaives in a whirlwind of energy, causing a shitload of damage over 3 seconds to all nearby enemies. Reduce damage beyond 8 targets. Oh, yeah, I can safely say I don't think I've ever pressed that button ever. I'll put it on. I'll put it on mouse. I'll put it on button 5, and then I might actually press it, even though Hikili's not telling me to do it. Hikili is really broken on anything below level 80, though. It always has been. I don't think they update the profiles for anything under the max level. And so it's probably just using some completely broken 2-year-old, you know. This is arguably the problem Blizzard might find themselves in, trying to do it themselves. That they'll either just never update it, or it'll always be wrong, or both. So it's I wish Blizzard the best of luck with this war on add-ons. I don't think Blizzard really knows what they're getting themselves in for with this, to be honest. I saw something on Wowhead earlier actually that there's they made a statement to like the WoW UI dev Discord or something that might be worth taking a look at. I get real weird vibes about this war on add-on. Real weird vibes. It like Blizzard are trying to seemingly play the friendly approach. Whereas it could so easily be seen that Blizzard is just literally coming after all of the add-on devs and saying, we're just going to eliminate the need for you by basically flat out stealing every idea and everything you've ever done. Which, at the end of the day, it's their intellectual property. If they want to do that, that's up to them. But they seem to be doing it in a bit of a weird, almost slimy way. Of like trying to be the nice guy about it, when most people can see that you're just taking 20 years of very dedicated players' ideas and effort in making these add-ons and making these tools and just going, you know what, we're just going to have all of that. No alpha for you. Yeah, I should shush, shouldn't I? Don't worry, Blizz, it was the beer talking, not me. I know, I just look at it from the perspective that, you know, a touch of honesty wouldn't go amiss. Trying to be your buddy while stealing your girl. That's literally the best analogy for it, yeah. Trying to be your best mate whilst boning your wife behind your back. The whole, we'll do our best to try and work with the add-on devs and take feedback from them and all this sort of stuff. I'd rather they just turn around and go, you know what, that's a good idea, yoink. It'd seem more honest. Like, it would feel a lot more honest if they were just like, we don't want as many add-ons in the game, we're looking to update the base version of the game so that you can theoretically play the game without a single add-on. But in doing so, we're going to have to steal an awful lot of these fantastic ideas that have been part of the game in add-on form for years. Like, that sense of honesty, I think, comes with more respect than trying to just kind of go, oh, we'll work with people. I don't know. I should shut up. Had some bad leakage from upstairs. Water was pouring from the lamps. Oh no. So I need to chill for a few days. I think I've aged 3 years in the last few days. Anytime you have to deal with neighbours, it's always stress though, isn't it? I caught 20 minutes of Bear's stream earlier and she was talking about her neighbours stealing her parcels. I was like, oh god. I'm glad I'm so glad sometimes I live in one, a country where crime basically doesn't exist, and two, I live in the country where nobody fucks off anybody else because everybody knows everybody. This town ain't big enough to be a dick because you'll just get outlawed. And as one of the clear and obvious only foreigners in the town, I think they'd know it'd be me, you know? I don't want to get deported. I like this country. Making a cheap copy and then telling you that you can't use the original is the main problem. Well, that is going to rub people up the wrong way if Blizzard go that approach. And that's where things like the combat add-ons are going to be problematic, aren't they? Because Blizzard are going to simultaneously say, we have weak auras at home. And then they're going to, like, try their best to limit what weak auras can do. Whilst having Fisher Price, my first weak auras. Cheap isn't bad, it's making stuff that doesn't work. Yeah, I think Blizzard are taking on a huge responsibility. A responsibility that they've very carefully dodged for like 20 years. And I wonder if this is part of, you know, the big plan. The big post Last Titan, post last, you know, past World Soul Saga plan. I really hope this is like part of the big overall plan to like twist the game into its next sort of like big phase, the next era. Maybe even when, you know, when they start implementing, you know, all of this, let's say, add-on replacement tech, that they do it in a way that is also sort of built for the 21st century as well. Because it's quite clear that Blizzard are slowly but surely updating basically the entire game engine behind the scenes. So, I don't know how many of you watched the Preach video recently, where he was talking in quite a bit of detail what he considered to be sort of what a WoW 2 kind of scenario could be. And the reality is it's not going to be, this is the WoW 1 game client, this is the WoW 2 game client. It's more of a case of that we are just going to slowly but surely transition into it just being WoW 2. That seems to make a lot more sense on a living and breathing live service MMO. I don't think it makes a huge amount of sense to like say, right, this is the end of this one, now let's start a new one. Just slowly merge into the new one and just call it a day. And maybe that's the big plan over the next, you know, 4 or 5 years, to change enough underneath the hood and behind the scenes that they don't need to release a new client, but if they slowly but surely are just rewriting the entire code from the ground up. This tune, current total fave. What are we listening to? Big City Life. This little radio on Spotify has got some bangers on it, to be fair. I sometimes feel this kind of music's a little bit heavy for the morning stream. Otherwise, I'd listen to this I'd listen to this more often. But in the evening with a few beers, this fits the mood. Blizzard's track record is great. I mean, everybody stopped using Discord, TeamSpeak, and Ventrilo when they created in-game voice, right? Yeah, this is the thing, right? If they are going to bring the heat, they need to do something that is at least on par with what we already have. Otherwise, it is always going to feel like either you just don't use the Blizzard provided version and continue to just use your add-ons ad nauseum, or the worst case scenario is if they brick the add-on in the process, you are left with no choice. That's gonna really hurt. Oh, did we ding? 77. We're in WoW 4 at least already. Oh yeah, I mean I'm always sort of pushing the idea that we are definitely not playing the same game that launched 20 years ago. There has definitely been eras in WoW where significant enough of the game has changed for it to kind of like, you know, you can throw another number at the end of it if you wish. I kind of think that up until and including Wrath of the Lich King was like phase 1, WoW 1. We then had Cataclysm was kind of a crossover. Cataclysm was still old tech but with new ideas. Whereas it wasn't really, I think, until Mists of Pandaria where we really entered like WoW 2 phase, like properly. We had Mists of Pandaria, we had Warlords of Draenor, we had Legion, and BFA I think was another one of those transitional eras where we had sort of new ideas, but still running on like old tech. BFA and Shadowlands was a weird time because they don't really fit the concept. They don't fit the plan particularly well in the grand scheme of things. But there's no question in my mind that Dragonflight was like a new era. Dragonflight, The War Within, Midnight, probably The Last Titan will be like, end up being a quad series, and then whatever they have planned after that will be where we start to see some. It might mean that something like The Last Titan ends up being another sort of transitional, very transitional, old tech but new ideas kind of expansion. With how Blizzard handled Overwatch, WoW is definitely doomed if they want to make a WoW 2. Yeah, this is where I think that like World of Warcraft will probably never have that. Okay, WoW 1 client closed. This is now WoW 2. I don't really think that will ever particularly happen. The only reason why that would ever happen is if they wanted to dramatically change the game engine. But I can't see them really doing that. Other than the fact that the current graphics engine, at least, is suffering these days. But that is one of the things that can slowly, just the code can just slowly be rebuilt under the hood. But I think at least anyway. WoW's the flagship, they can't risk messing it up. Well, that's also true. Oh, you can't leave instance group when you're killing a boss, apparently. You can be in combat, but you can't be killing a boss. No? It's still toast. What's going on here? No, don't be teleporting me to the nearest graveyards. That's not what we want. Or is that what we want? Oh, it like full on actually kicked me from the group. Weird. How am I part of the group here and not part of the group here? Okay. Let's just dismantle and rebuild. Something's gone. Something's gone cuckoo. Don't jump whilst clicking leave party macro, and don't double click it. Oh, is even that bugged, is it? Okay. Today I learn. Did you talent Sigil of Spite? The one that's used to be the Kyrian Sigil. It should also deal a lot of AoE damage. And is definitely better than the Hunt or the other lasers. I have not touched the talents on this dude in any way, shape or form, I don't think. Like I said, I don't play Demon Hunter. I don't know what I'm doing with it particularly. I just kind of pressed buttons that sounded sensible at the time. So in that regard, I'm sort of open to suggestions, but Sigil of Spite. No, I didn't. Place a sigil at the target location that activates after a second. Does a bunch of damage and shatters up to 3 lesser soul fragments from enemies affected by the sigil. Reduced damage beyond 5 targets. I probably would have prioritized picking up anything that was passive on the basis that I don't know how to play the class. But that does sound more... But it's another button for me to never press. I might try it out, but not while I'm also streaming and trying to... Does that got everybody back in a group properly? I think so. What are these dudes? Level 77, 2.5 to go. This is Zan's video on where to leave the alts.
Little island that I'm walking towards now here on the recording here, and you can leave them out on this little island. I'll show where it is on the map too, so you can easily find it. The thing about this place is that if you leave them here, they will literally get experience for every single mob that we kill in the entire dungeon. You're leaving them right in the middle, and
Oh,
in the
clever.
range for how experience basically is available. It's in range. All the characters, either if it's your own or you're boosting someone, they will get experience if they're standing right there. So that's what I recommend that people do. Now, the other thing about this dungeon is you do not have to kill the bosses. As we watched right before with Blood Fairness, you kind of need to kill the bosses because otherwise you won't unlock the next rooms. But the thing about the Underbug is you can just run straight past them. You don't need to kill any boss but the last one. There's no reason to because they take quite a while. You could do it because it's actually where now that the bosses are super easy to kill, they give a little bit more experience than mobs. They're probably like 5 mobs worth, maybe 6 potentially. So if you want to, you can, but there's no reason to. So if you really want to go real fast, then you could just go ahead and skip every single boss. And again,
In
in this
in the
dungeon,
underbog, I've actually skipped quite literally every single mob. I run through, I hop off the platform, I kill the ones at the end, but I didn't do that thing about leaving fellas at the start. Does he talk about some of the slave pens? Slave pens isn't one of the dungeons anymore, is it? I don't think. I don't think you do slave pens anymore. Blood furnace, tips in general. I might watch the rest of that later. There's a way to get through here and then run straight up to the top boss as well. I just don't know what it is. And it, like I said, it feels, that sort of stuff feels a little bit too cheesy for my liking. I love me a bit of cheese, but getting through walls that you're clearly not meant to get through, scratches something that I don't think should be scratched. I would rather it take me a little bit longer to level each toon, but do it with a more clear conscience that I haven't really cheated the game in any way, if you know what I mean. It's already a bit clever use of game mechanics, the fact that this character exists in the first place. I mean, it would be a good opportunity to learn how to actually play a Demon Hunter properly, but as long as I still get to press I beam, it's all good. As long as you jump around a lot and use I beam, you're pretty much there. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, it doesn't feel as if there's too much more to do with it, but there's a skill curve with every class. I main a hunter, but I couldn't tell you anything about the Spectre or like it's the phrase maining any character for me in this game is slightly questionable. I think if we can get this team to 80, that's going to be I think, my 5th team today to level 80, which will be 20 level 80 characters in a day. That sounds super impressive until I realize I've got like nearly 100 characters to level, which means I need to keep that pace up for the next few days if I actually want to get all of these tunes to 80 within the event. In theory, if I don't think I'm going to be able to get them all to 80 in the event, I might be better off just kind of like pulling from the bottom. You know, taking them all to bringing them all up by 1 level and then going back to the beginning, bringing them all up by 1 level again. Because the reality is the dudes passively get leveled up by killing rares in the Undermine anyway. But it will be a much easier journey if I can get them to like 77, 78 or something like that. Not to mention, if they ever pick up professions, they can get like a level and a half from professions even. So I don't really need to take them much past level 78, technically, I think. If you want to use the Demon Hunter as a speed druid, there is a nice talent that gives you a dash charge after Metamorphosis ends. You basically spend your dashes, cast I-Beam, and then insta-cancel it to get the dash charge. Also, the forward backflip trick that you do on the Hunter. Oh, just doing a quick 180. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've got this little speed thing in the top corner. I don't know how clear it is on stream, but I pretty much live at around 130 to 150% movement speed, which isn't speed druid speeds, but it's good enough. I haven't enchanted or gemmed or done anything fancy with the gear either, to be honest, so I could probably squeeze out a lot more natural base speed if I wanted to. It would be a good character to go and, you know, farm some low-level dungeons for Mog or something. I do kind of want to either find some long-term use for this character in this account, or once we've leveled everything to 80, let the account lapse its subscription. Because if it doesn't directly make any gold, so it's self-sufficient, I should make sure I just cancel the subscription on the account when I'm not using it. Also, another reason why I'm kind of quite keen to blast this week and get it all done this week, so then it is just done. I can always make a more traditional speed druid if we want to go farming dungeons for mogs or anything. Mog farming, who are you? What have you done with Manthe? Well, since they've introduced warbands and they've made collecting all of the mogs significantly easier a task, there has definitely been parts of me that has considered it. Maybe not quite student albatross level farming, but still, you know, part of a sort of a mini challenge sort of thing, you know, but to go back to, I've seen Mr. GM even at the moment, for example, he's running all the Legion stuff. with the argument that he's running and completing Legion content to save himself bronze when they do Legion Remix, which in a way is quite clever. Tempted to hop on that, steal that idea. Now, if you're going to do that, you do it properly, don't you? And you run through on a zoom druid or something. All the speed enchants probably give you like 30% speed on a level 70. Well, maybe once these dudes ding 80, we'll have a look. We'll get this fella, like, we'll get him some we'll get him some enchants and have a look. So, apparently, we can put all these guys in the corner and they get XP from everything. Let's leave these fellas standing looking at a plant, shall we? And then let's see if these guys continue to get XP the entire time. The theory here is that they're so close to the middle that we kill everything en route and we just get all of the juice.
Let's make sweet
All
profit
of the juice.
together.
Mr. Gumdrops, welcome in, my man. Hope you're doing well. Thank you very much for the whoa, 41 months, my man. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Full sweat mode. Hey, it's got to be done. We're leveling up these days, brother. Is everybody else getting experience? They are getting experience, look. Moving those dudes in just a little bit might be very worthwhile. Does mean I have to kill everything, though. What's the plan? Currently, we are on... Manthe Arbitrage Limited has recently opened, which is slowly building up a level 80 character on every European realm in order to do both regular flipping and cross-realm arbitrage. I did something very similar a few years ago with what I called at the time Project Pet, where I set up about 20 realms, I think it was, pet selling. Then Dragonflight happened and the profession revamp happened and it distracted me. But now we're going back to it and we're doing it properly. I'm also doing it before I spend all of my gold on just stupid stuff. Good way to burn through some of the liquid gold that we're sat on without wasting it. Yeah, Project Pet is on a small hiatus. It is this top left account up here is the account that had all of those pet sellers on. And I need to go through them. All of the pets are still in the mail in the bags of the those characters. I need to harvest all of those characters for all of their pets and redistribute them on all of these new 80 or so characters we made. That's the plan. Spending gold on dumb stuff is a perfect way to spend it. Oh, it is, for sure. But I would rather I'd rather spend a bit of gold setting up a bit of an empire just than wasting it on Dracothists. Those that know. I hear Delve mats are the smart investment instead. Yeah, I got about 4 mil invested on those stupid things. Which is pocket change to some of you guys, but I'll still probably recuperate a couple of mil of that, even worst case scenario. It's no Dracothists, not by any means. I'm not going to lie, start of expansion profession shuffling was nearly Dracothists 2.0. If I hadn't have struck lucky in a couple of markets by being first to market and being able to dominate them before everybody else caught up, I'd have been right in the doo-doo. If flasks hadn't popped off for me the way that they did, I'd have been in real trouble with the amount of gold I spent blasting professions at the beginning of the expansion. I was about 30 mil deep on profession shuffling at the beginning of the expansion, and I made it back with some pretty sizable investment into cloth, which I was able to spend the next month spinning into bolts and doing all sorts of fancy stuff with. That made me a lot. Secondly, being one of the first people in the entire EU to have the rank 3 flasks on guaranteed craft, did pretty well on season 1 launch. Dracothists and left sharks. Invest while you can. Cash in. An evening monthly stream. What is this madness? It's Wednesday, my man. It's Wednesday. Welcome in, Telomere. Welcome. Operation 80 is doing well. I think we're up to... Well, when these guys ding 80, I think that'll be 20 level 80s today. I think. Now, that's not 0 to 80, mind. That's like 70-something to 80, but all the same, it's... Once they're 80, they're done, you know. The only thing I can't really do right now is really justify particularly why I'm pushing them to 80. They're kind of accidentally leveling to 80 by doing the Undermine farm anyway. This is just so that it happens a bit faster. And then, you know, the same logic applies that once it's done, it's done. And I'm sure as shit not spending all week doing that dastardly duos. So... we gotta fill our time somehow. Hang on, where do these keep spawning from? To your health, monthly, and chat, bottoms up. Cheers. Can't wait to hear about your headache in the morning. Just passed my driver's test, so keep an eye out on the news for idiot Geordie drives off a mountain in Colorado. Dangerous. Dangerous. Goblins on the road. I'm nearly 40. I don't have my driving license yet. But congratulations. I bet Mrs. Gumdrops is pleased. Mrs. Manthias keeps reminding me that I should probably get around to doing my driving lessons at some point. I'm like, nah. World-class goblin. What do I need a driving license for? I only live in a foreign country. I only live in the country. What do I need a driving license for? We bought a flipping automatic electric car, though, so I could probably drive it without a driving license. I don't need no skills. I'll just play. I'll get a driving simulator for a week. We'll stream it. We'll play Euro Truck Simulator for a week, and then we'll just go do the test. Bang it out. Easy mode. I don't want to be chaperoned like a middle schooler anymore. You want to pull up outside? You want to pull up outside of McDonald's and drop the windows, do you? I see. Blast some tunes. Driving license has got extremely expensive. It's like a 1.5 months worth of salary where I live. Holy. I mean, to be fair, I don't think it's cheap in Finland, but I'm going to be honest, I haven't looked. The G99 should be enough. Yeah, we'll just use the Undermine go-karts. I don't think those credentials will be good enough, though, will they? Right, 79. One level to go on these dudes. Nearly there. 2, probably 3 dungeons. Testing is now a lot more in-depth than it was when I did it decades ago. Doubt if I'd pass if I have to take it again. They say this about loads of things, don't they? Like even just general school exams, for example. Not even driving license, but just even regular school exams. Like, however long ago it was when I did like, well, in the UK they're called GCSEs, your high school diploma. Like, I'm pretty sure if somebody put one of those papers in front of me now with today's test, I probably wouldn't pass it. Now, before any Zoomers get ahead of themselves, that doesn't mean that I think that the younger generation are any smarter. But more pointing out the fact that the tests that we had at school were probably dog shit. Totally useless information that nobody's ever remembered. I mean, I like some maths, but I can't once remember using trigonometry for anything. It was quite funny. I was helping my niece with some maths homework a couple of years ago, and she asked the exact same question. It was like, I don't get this maths. Why do I need trigonometry? And I had to try and carefully lie to her that they were, oh yeah, well, you know, it is useful. You should try hard. I didn't have a good answer. Just answer the fucking question. Answer the question, or you'll be destined to become a McDonald's worker or a streamer for your living. You don't want that now, do you? You use it for the 3-4-5 method to get a 90-degree angle. That's about it. I saw something the other day. This was a TikTok thing. And I'd never thought about it before, but it intrigued me a lot. I think it's called something like the staircase paradox or something. Where when you take the 3-4-5, we'll just call it a right angle triangle because I can't remember the fancy word for it. You take your 3-4-5 fancy right angle triangle, and we all know that one side is 3, one side is 4. That means the long side is 5. But if on the long side, we're going to need to bang paint out in a minute for this, otherwise I'm going to absolutely butcher this explanation. But if you were to do, rather than a straight line, were to do stairs, right? If you were to do, oh my God. If you were to do, so you got your right angle triangle here, maths with Manthe. This is 3, this is 4. We know this is 5, right? Hang on, please hold. Right, kill the stupid bugger. Get back to maths class. Right, we know this is 3-4-5, right? Most people have figured out this from basic maths. But if instead of a straight line here, right? So this is 3, this is 4. If we did like 90-degree steps like this, right? And then you take the distance of all of these. Well, we can easily work out what the distance is on these, right? Because you've got, well, this plus this. So from here, so that distance plus that distance plus that distance has to equal 4. So all of that is 4. And then all of the verticals have got to add up to 3 because we already know those numbers. And 4 plus 3 is 7. Last time I checked. Now, doesn't matter how many stairs you have, the numbers are always going to equal 7. Always. Whether it's like 2 steps or a billion steps. So, if you have the same, right, 3, 4, we usually know this to be 5. But if it's like 1 billion little steps, so it kind of looks like a straight line, but isn't a straight line, it can go from 7 all the way down to 5, and you literally can't tell. Mental. That hurt my brain for about an hour, that did. genuinely hurt my brain for a good period of time. That you can turn 7 into 5. Trigonometry tells us, or basic maths tells us, that this length is 3, this length is 4, so this length is 5. Doesn't matter how many little steps you put, the total length of the steps will always be 7. But you could have so many steps that it basically looks like a line, yet it would still be 7. But maths tells us it's 5. If it's a dead straight line, it's got to be 5. Boom. Red line is 5. Steps is 7. It just hurts my head. I don't know why. Anyway, maths with Manthe. Going the wrong way. Nearly ran backwards. Some asthma cold explanation with paint. Sometimes paint's just needed, man. When you have lots of little steps and it looks like it's a 5 but it's 7, you should check what anti-aliasing you're using. Yeah, time for a new graphics card. That's clearly the answer. When your triangle says 7 and you know your triangle's meant to be 5, you've got a duff graphics card. Get that 5090. No, we don't need a new graphics card for a while. I hope. Right, that's going to be enough to at least get all of them to 79. Because some of them are slacking for some reason. I don't know why. Why is this dude not dying? Can you hurry up and die? Thank you. Why is it not? Ah, that'd be why. Need to fix that. It's like answering the question of how long is the coastline of an island. The closer you measure, the more detail you capture, and the longer the coastline becomes. There is no fixed length, only a value that changes with the scale of the measurements. Yeah, that kind of maths makes my head hurt. I totally understand it, but at the same time, it's like physics is one of those things that you can make 1 equal 0 if you try hard enough, and it's just like, ow, my poor brain. And I don't consider myself an idiot at these things. Under normal circumstances, anyway. Is that what it's called? Fractal maths? It's fracturing my brain. If Manthe drinks 2 beers and does 3 maths problems, how many level 80s will he have? More 80s than maths problems solved. Yes. Many trues. That is factual. My shoulder just clicked. I don't know if you heard that on the microphone, but that really hurt. Nearly getting old. My wife came home from the hairdressers yesterday. Uh, and she looked at me and says, I was at the hairdressers and Linda said something that will make you really happy. And I was like, what could your hairdresser have possibly said that would make me really happy? And she turns around and goes, my hairdresser found grey hairs too. I was like, oh, thanks, love. Appreciate that. Great. So, so we can go grey together. Flipping hell. That's one of those real backhanded compliments. Could have done without. To be honest, I'm surprised with my genetics, by my age, I've got any hair at all. Never mind what colour it is. We'll let the forehead turn into a 5 head. When it gets to a 6 head, we'll just cut it all off. I have a few alts that are level 70, but I only camp the rare elite spawns with them. Don't know if it's worth to level them up, to be honest. Um, the answer is right now it's probably not, no, but I'm slowly but surely leaning into the theory that just having more max level characters is never anything but a bonus. If you can level them up whilst also either enjoying the process or getting something else out of it, you know, like time walking badges, for example. If you can wombo combo it a little bit, there's no reason not to do it, honestly. Hair's overrated, it just costs money. It's true. A friend of mine started to go grey at about 30, but by 40 he was absolutely grey. British genetics don't do us any favours in the hair department, that's for sure. Most most British men are either flipping bald or grey by the time they're 40. Uh, what's going on here? Why is my Discord not in flipping? Oh my god, I'm dead. Shit. What? Is anybody else had... Okay, there's probably not many people that will answer this question, but has anybody else found that streamer mode isn't turning itself on automatically for some reason? Okay, we did. We go again. Oh, to get all the way back to literally here. Oh, I really shouldn't have died then. I'm 48 and completely grey. Yeah, I genuinely think that British genetics determine that we are we are destined for that direction. 50 completely bald. I think the bold look is a play. If you do it properly and like proper go for it. Yeah, that can look good. Mine stopped doing that when OBS added the Discord overlay rubbish. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Yeah, because there was a... Oh, maybe that's what it is. '47 Bond grey beard. It's the way to do it. Genuinely though, my problem with losing the hair on top is that I don't grow facial hair very well. Never really have. Um, Whereas if I was to then be clean shaven all over, you just look like a peanut, which is a more difficult look to pull off. Maybe we'll just make a trip to Turkey. We'll get that big stream of money, yo. Get those sponsorship deals. We'll move over to Kick, start gambling, and then we'll go Turkey. Job done. We'll do a 6-month stint over at Kick. In fact, I shouldn't talk about Kick. Last time I spoke about Kick, we got power cut, disconnect. Turkish Airlines offering cheap seats from all European hubs. Get me teeth done, get me hair done. Get the wife some new tits. Do we get a package deal? Oh, Underbog. This is where we should move some dudes. It was worth moving them last time. Always wondered why the hair specialist concentrated in Turkey. Yeah, it seems odd, doesn't it? Because that neck of the woods, they don't really... They seem to have, like, historically at least, or should I say at the very least stereotypically, really thick black hair. Doesn't seem like there would be much natural need for hair replacement. I don't get it. I don't get it. No, not trade. That's clicking buttons on instinct. I'm sure that gift card will go down well. Happy birthday, Mrs. Mantis. We're taking a holiday to Turkey. Hey, a holiday's a holiday. Don't complain, you know. Just realised I'm actually not 47 yet. Hard to calculate your age after 30. Sometimes I have to do the maths to go backwards, you know. Sometimes I find that's the only way. Or you remember your own age relative to what somebody else's age is. And that works great until you can't remember how old they are either. And then you're really screwed. Yo, can we cheat mode this? Are we within touching distance of hitting 80? I don't think there's going to be enough experience in this dungeon to hit 80. Even with killing everything. Might have to squeeze out one more after this. People born in the 2000s have it easy. Still weird to think that there were people that were born after World of Warcraft launched that can now vote. it's like, whoa, what? WoW's been out 20 years. WoW is older than people that can now legally vote. It's... Talk about hurting the brain. Google history has several current year minus birth year searches. Start asking Siri how old you are. What's Apple doing about Siri? Because, like, asking Google stuff and asking Siri stuff was like phase 1 of all of this AI business. Is Siri just really goddamn clever now? Or has Siri got her feet up on a beach drinking, flipping mojitos somewhere? Is Apple playing that game at all? You see, this is what I don't own Apple products. My wife has the iPhone and the iMacs and all of this sort of business, but I don't touch a single Apple product, so I lose track of what they're doing. But with all of this, you know, ChatGPT AI business, I never hear Apple in the mix. And I wonder why. Oh, you are shitting me. This one dude needs like 15k XP. Oh, well, he's just going to have to ding level 80 after he kills a few rares, isn't he? I'm not doing an entire bonus dungeon for one guy to get 15k XP. Or actually, maybe if we get lucky, we'll get one that's got trash in the like opening area. Oh, this one will do. Oh, am I going to get deserter buff if I ditch this, though? What's the rules on deserter buff? Surely you shouldn't get deserter buff if you're in a pre-made group, right? Oh, it also didn't hit 80. Shit. Oh, no, because we've used a queue. So if I leave, it'll have the stupid one of your party members has recently queued for a dungeon debuff thing, won't it? On this dude, which is the dude I need to be doing stuff. Oh, Jesus. I think I'm invested in doing this now. I should have just killed a few rares in the undermine. My niece made me feel old. She said to me, "Don't forget you were partying in the 1900s." I couldn't argue. Well, uh, I don't I don't think I've disclosed my actual age on the internet before. But to give you an indication, the first time I ever got properly drunk was the millennial. Like, so when everybody else was worried about their computers getting the millennium bug, I got the millennium hangover. So I, in a way, was technically partying in the last century. But let me be clear here. I was not old enough to be partying. But millennial Eve party, there was bottles of champagne. I was like, I wonder what happens if I drink a whole one of these. I found out. Everybody kept saying 2000 was the millennium, but there isn't a year zero, so really it was 2001. True. I was the first year to do GCSEs. That's how old I am. Oof. Oof. So no O levels for you then. Just make a character and craft an item. Oh, clever. Oh, I'm in for a penny now. We'll just do it. Yeah, we need to buy some enchants for this dude actually after. Right, just the main dude left, I think. Luckily, this place is a pretty short one either way, so. No upside downs. I don't like upside downs. Okay. Right, there's another team to 80. Nice. More Phoenix hatchlings. Got a few of these things now. I think I need to figure out how to delete them. Oh wait, hang on. What's this from Bakoto? Oh. Oh, is this a oh, okay, this is clever. A list of potential enchants. Handy. Very handy. Okay, cool. Thank you, my man. Put leech on the back because it's more stat efficient, but you can change it if you want to go full speed. We'll have a little look. We'll have a look. Right, before I start getting some enchants for this dude then, let me do a quick few basics on these dudes, such as put any level 80 gear on them that's relevant at least. Because these ding level 80 at item level 8 again. 610 boots. 541 chest piece, and that's him done. Phoenix hatchlings are about 10 gold, aren't they? Across the world. I might just delete these. One upgrade, two upgrades. Twelve sets the same braces somehow. Don't know how that's worked out.
How you doing, man?
Okay. They've at least
Be
got a
careful,
few bits
man.
of gear on. Right. We can buy some enchants. Let's have a little looky. This dude should have plenty of gold. 186k. Yeah, he's balling. Imagine basically all of this goes in the bin. Can't see any reason why any random ass BOE from the Burning Crusade is worth anything. Other than because of some scam auction prices anyway. Did low level trinkets sell? Probably not. Some random ass bag. 8 of storms, just get rid of it. Crashing, thrashing robot. Quorum and Eternium lockboxes. Oh, I should open these things, shouldn't I? Oh, I'll just put them in the bin. Played any of the duos crap? I did like 2 games and was like, this is terrible. Nah. It's another one where if they hadn't time gated it and had given us the ability to just go and play it, I might have spent more time doing it, but I'm not playing Blizzard's silly game. Right, quick break for 2 minutes. Quick bathroom break. Then we'll see how fast we can make this dude go zoom zooms. He doesn't have any plus speed right now, but he already goes kind of fast. Let's see how... He's 124% speed because of mastery. Anyway, let's see how fast we can get him. Give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. Alrighty. It's a bit dark in here. Can I tone these down? Puts me in a slightly better colour. But get some lights in here. Okay, Bakoto has kindly shared a little screen of suggested enchants and stuff to put on this gear. So let's take a little bit of a look. Very C-Link disabled in PvP. Incandescent Essence. I'm going to hope and assume that we can just buy all of this off the auction house. There's a fucking fly in here somewhere still. Hang on, we'll go full screen because it doesn't seem to want to play properly. Right. Incandescent Essence. No. ESC. Is that not a word? Have I spelt that right? Oh, the head enchant is some unlock thing. Oh. Oh, is this your... Was this your Demon Hunter? This has got the enchants on it. That Mog, though. That Mog is spicy. Just take a vision scroll, they work too. Level 70? I guess it probably would. Alright. Alright then, shoulders. No, let's work down the list. Neck. Neck enchants? Do neck enchants exist anymore? I don't think they do they? Shoulders. Shoulder enchants are not a thing. Are they not? Back. Chant of Leeching Fangs, Chant of Winged Grace, or Chant of Burrowing Rapidity. Leech plus 14k health every 5 seconds. Do I need more survivability, or do I just want to go zooms? Oh, hello. Do we just want to go zooms? Oh yeah, that's a really good point. This account doesn't have the War Within, so yeah, I'm not going to be able to get the Vision enchant. Not on this dude. Neck enchants don't exist, but you should be able to add 2 sockets to your neck and rings. And then you can socket the Speed, Blasphemite, and the 5 other gems with Mastery to double up on Zoom. Okay, well let's get one of these, because faster is better. I only die if I do something stupid anyway, so I don't really want to stack too much extra leech. We just want to go zooms. We'll have one of these. Chest piece. We got Storm Rider's Agi. Storm Rider's Agi. Agility by 520 and speed by 250. Yoink. Hang on, is that the Q3 one? We're doing it. Do it properly, you know. One of you. Braces. Chant of Speed. Chant of Armored Speed. 650 speed on braces. Yoink. Is there a speed cap these days? Gloves. No glove enchants. Belt enchants. Waist. Shadowed belt clasp. $106 stamina. Do I want to spend 2.5 grand on 106 stamina? I don't think I do. It's not very exciting, is it? Legs. Legs, we go for a fierce armor kit, apparently. Bunch of stamina and a bunch of agi. Boots. Got to be something go faster on the boots. Scouts march. Now we're talking. Rings and trinkets. Whoa, hang on. You can get 1k speed on wrists. Yeah, the chant of armored speed. I think that's the one I went for. Oh, there's 1,000 speed on... Okay. You can't use the settings on this gear. The best thing would be to get the rings and necks crafted so you can add the mastery embellishment. We can try. We can see what works. Mastery stat on the... It's going to be Radiant Mastery, isn't it? Radiant... Can't spell. Radiant Mastery. A ring with Beladar's Radiance increasing Mastery. So we need 2 of those, right? Okay. Anything on the weapons? Got to be something on the weapons. Earthen Writ for Mastery proc. Sophic Devotion for primary stat. Or Wafting Devotion for speed. Wafting Devotion. Increasing your haste by 1,700 and speed by 555 for 15 seconds. Can you put that on both weapons? Does this work if you put it on both weapons? Does it stack if you put it on both weapons? Speed cap's 49% for the tertiary speed. I should double check and put some of this stuff on to make sure I'm not capping. Neck ring, second ring from WOD Rare. Also faction swap for Shadow Meld. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a few more optimizations to be done. I think so. I have it on both. 2 of those then. Let's see what this does. Sold some stuff. Okay. Speed by 250 on the chest. Speed braces. Armor kit on the legs. Go faster boots. Going a little bit faster. Put these on the rings. Which is increasing our mastery, which is pushing the speed We got like 0.9% speed from that one enchant. Doesn't add a lot. And then Wafting Devotions on both of these bad boys. Jesus, who gave this a 5-second cast timer? What's Operation 80? Operation 80 is getting as many of my toons to level 80. To put it simply, if I do this, you'll see I have 4 separate accounts with a shitload of characters on, which are for the most part level 70 something. Operation 80 is getting them all to 80, basically. There's about 21, 22 characters on each account. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 characters deep so far. 8 times 4, 32. 32 bonus level 80s. With a lot more to go. Right, so let's see what we're missing. We have nothing on the helm. Somebody did say something about a helm a minute ago. I missed it. You can't use settings on the gear. Be best to get the rings and necks crafted so you can add the mastery embellishment. Ring and neck is not too much work. 4 times the first boss of DOTI. My brain instantly went Day of the Tentacle. That's not what DOTI stands for. It also isn't the right acronym, but I can't remember. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's the big dragonflight dungeon. Okay. Carried by your 80, it will also give you the sparks to do the crafting. Dawn of the Infinites. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Gumdrops. Appreciate it. Okay. 4 times the first boss of that. Why would... Oh, I need the sparks to do some crafting. This is all far too much like hard work for this time of the evening. If there's something I can quickly buy off the auction house, I'll do it just for quick optimization. I need to sit down and think about stuff like that in a little bit more detail. Somebody said something about a belt somewhere. NG belt or something. Where did I miss that? Engineering belt tinker for 2-minute cooldown for 100% speed boost. Alright, I'll bear these things in mind. This is a good start anyway. We buy a bunch of stuff, we get a bit faster. Plus 21% speed. With 99% mastery. Increases chaos damage by 99.1% and movement speed by 26.4%. Plus when these both proc, if these both proc at the same time, we get a big speed boost. This should make things a little feel a little bit faster. And what it cost us, like 12k gold? Nothing. Pennies. There's a small speed buff after each dash. For 2 seconds after using Fell Rush, activating it again will dash back towards your initial location. No, that doesn't sound right. Fell Rush damage is increased by 20%. Do I maybe have it? I'm going to assume I have it. Leaving demon form grants a charge of Fell Rush and increases the damage of your next blade dance. Left of the left tree. Fell Fire Haste. Fell Rush increases your movement speed by 10% for 8 seconds. Okay, very cool. Oh, is this an import code? Let's have a little look at this, how this changes. So adds the hunt, charge to your target, striking them for a bunch of damage, rooting them in place. That's on shift 4. Shift 4 going to be a button I use. It's also got rid of Glaive Tempest. No, it hasn't. We just don't have the fury for it. Okay, we'll try that. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it, boys and girls. It's slightly confusing when you really have no idea how to play the class. Let's see how that feels. Let's pick another team. Oh, the next team is already level 74, 75. Hide a sausage. What a name. This team actually was a remix team originally that got repurposed. Student has a video about the best level 70 speed set, by the way. It's pretty handy. I think we're getting pretty fast already. But yeah, there'll be some hints and tips in there for sure. Yeah. Like Gumdrop said, let's go hit something and see what happens. See if it feels any faster. Imagine if Iceboxer was still a thing. It's odd, you know, that K-Chak seems to get this worse than me. K-Chak seems to get a lot of people like poking and saying, why are you multi-boxing? You know, multi-boxing is against the rules and all this sort of stuff. K-Chak seems to get that a lot worse than me. I don't seem to get much of it, but it seemingly took a couple of years for like the negative stigma around multi-boxing full stop to like dissipate. Now I still think there's an awful lot of the player base out there that doesn't particularly like it, but there does come a point where there's not a lot they can do about it. But yeah, like, I don't disagree that the power of things like IS Boxer being able to press one key and it being broadcast to all of your different accounts was ludicrously overpowered. But even in its current form, without you being able to do any input broadcasting, there's still monstrous advantage to having more accounts than somebody else. And it is understandable why some people consider it more than a grey area. Hang on, I'm dying here. Can we not die? Something is stunning me. Let's just keep running. If in doubt, run away. Hang on, my 2 buttons changed. Oh, Demon Blades is now passive. Okay, that's thrown me through a loop. I wasn't expecting that. Let's cope. I bet I get a bunch of reports every time I'm out and about. Okay, well, yeah, maybe I was a little bit too generous with my explanation there. Like, I don't think the stigma's completely lifted, but I would say that it's the heat has died down. Maybe I should phrase it. There's still a lot of people that would actively insta report anybody they see out in the open wild doing any form of like what we'd consider more traditional multi-boxing. I still think that if you're going to do any multi-account stuff, it's relatively sensible to be limiting yourself to instanced activities just from a self-preservation, you know, a bit of an idiot shield. I still wouldn't highly recommend just rocking around with a train of 5 characters or 8 characters. You will catch some strays for sure. But the heat has definitely died down a lot from what it was only a year or 2 ago. 2 years ago, for example, at the beginning of Dragonflight, there's no way I'd have streamed myself with 6 accounts open on the screen like this. Half the stream would have just been people complaining about it. I want to see when these proc. I'm not paying too much attention to what's going up on the speed numbers here. The dude definitely feels faster though. No denying. Definitely feel faster regardless. And if nothing else, the faster you run away from the mobs, the less frequently they hit you. So getting out of the range of shit is just as good of defensives as actually having defensives. Weirdly, I'd kind of got the muscle memory was kind of built up for not actually being 160% speed. Definitely felt a little bit faster, even if it actually wasn't, because I'm clearly not playing it very well, but it felt faster. There's multi-boxing and then there's botting. People confuse the two. They don't know what is what. I understand why when you stumble across other players out in the open world that some people like. I mean, when you see a train of 5 people running along, like it looks very bot-like. I always use the phrase, if you play with fire, there's a chance you'll get burnt. And it's mostly because general multi-boxing looks very much like botting. If you've got 5 characters following and 4 characters following another character, I get why people think it looks wrong. But what annoys me more, like I can forgive ignorance. Ignorance you can forgive. What really annoys me is when there are people that clearly know that you're not botting. They know that you're just, you've got 5 accounts on the go and you're multi-boxing, but they'll still report you and claim you're botting to try and get you banned. That it's the spite side that annoys me more than anything else. Which you can tell is where most of the stray reports come from. Which is why sticking to instance content is smarter. But I knew full well leveling these characters up. I leveled most of these guys up in the open world. Categorically people come across, people genociding entire zones and are like, something's off here. This was me 1 year ago, probably nuked by reports. Oh, doing Nax farm, yeah. I've just realised I need to mute the audio on that. There's clearly copyright music on that. Go the enter when you leave the raid. It's hard to know. I'll have a scrub through it later and have a look. Seen it with the twinks in Time Walking 2, how some people react to unknown things. Must be hacking mindset. Yeah. Who was it recently? Recently-ish. Erosium got his low-level twink banned, didn't he? Presumably because he was using it out in the open. As criminal as that clearly is. Now, he got it overturned, but there's also something to be said about the fact that content creators have a platform enough to, or a soapbox big enough to stand on, so that, false ban for a content creator will probably get overturned relatively quickly. But how many people aren't as lucky? It's difficult though, because I'm also the first person to have basically zero sympathy when somebody comes along and says they got banned and they don't feel as if they should have been banned. And it's unfortunately because it's a tale as old as time. Some of the claims I also see is so ridiculous that I have to wonder if they are actually memeing. Like I saw one dude turn up at one point and said that he'd recently set up 4 new accounts, 4 brand new fresh accounts, and had leveled like 30 max level characters on each account and was using them all to farm herbs. And you have to ask the question, how could you possibly look more bot-like without botting, right? And this is the thing, that if you run around wearing a clown suit, somebody's going to call you a clown. And yet, that person might very well have done everything completely legitimately. But they could not have looked more bot-like if they tried. They looked like some Chinese gold farm spin-up operation that probably set off every single red flag at Blizzard HQ. And then they were like, but I don't know why I got banned. I got banned for suspicious activity. Yeah, because you couldn't have looked more suspicious if you tried. Blizzard's system definitely flags fresh accounts more readily. Yes, it absolutely does. So much so, I suppose, I should probably weave in the advice to some players, because it's quite common to suggest that, you know, another account might do you, you know, might benefit you. But don't spin up a brand new, fresh as a daisy account and then start putting 8 hours a day playtime and start doing outrageous amounts of farming, or, you know, that the account needs to mature a little bit, so it's not so much on Blizzard's radar. I think brand new, fresh accounts are probably on Blizzard Watch by default, and if you do anything even remotely sus, they just bang, slap it. But Zamash, then, did you get a bunch of your accounts banned at some point then for doing the Nax farm? Just catching enough strays? If you were doing it on what looked to be 16 accounts. Good percentage of the people I've seen on the Twink forums or on Discord banned got reverted. It takes a while, but it seems like Blizzard did the job of looking into each automated ban. Well, you know categorically that half of them are completely automated in the first place. So, to a degree, if you are convinced of your innocence, you just gotta make a stink for a long enough time. Lost the main for 3 months and another one that never got unbanned. Oof, ouch. I'm even though I am clearly financially invested in World of Warcraft, I mean, I consider this my day job for the most part these days. Like, even though I'm clearly financially invested, I think if Blizzard banned my main account, I'd be out. I'm pretty sure, you know, there'd be a few rounds of appeals, but there's a good chance it would be the opportunity for a clean break. Now, I'm, under normal circumstances, very cautious to ensure that that doesn't happen. And I also have reasonably good links in relationship with Blizzard these days. Much more so than I did only a couple of years ago. So I think in that regards, without me actually doing something really stupid, I'm pretty immune to that. But still, it's kind of a scary thought. Start from scratch. Well, yeah, you could double down, I suppose. Use it to your advantage. Why am I purple all of a sudden? I've never seen me go purple before. Oh, that fear really screws me over. Back to wanting a Bruto. Yeah, that would be true. Yeah, to get the main account banned, I'd be right up shit creek with the Bruto, wouldn't I? Hey! No. My NA account, which is on a completely separate BattleNet's also got the Bruto. I'd get on the boat. That's all I'd do. Hop on the boat. I'd be fine. In the unbanned ticket reply, they said that they're sorry, but no such luck on the second BattleNet. Oof, that's harsh. It goes to show that you probably weren't even able to speak to like the same person for the 2 issues. Probably goes to show just how fragmented their customer service is. The fact that it's clearly outsourced as well these days. They get the luxury of calling themselves Blizzard GMs in emails, but I bet they have never seen the inside of Blizzard HQ. Wife were moving across the pond for reasons, yeah. No offense, Team NA, but living in Finland now, you couldn't pay me enough to move to the United States right now. You couldn't pay me enough. I'd rather move next door to Russia. I escaped Brexit. Oh, I don't think I'd be lucky enough twice. I didn't even pull the boss. I didn't even realise I hadn't pulled the boss. Flipping idiot. There we go. Boss down. Don't think I could cope with a new account restart. It'd be like trying to use a PC with 1 monitor and a crappy spinning Rust hard drive, yeah. Yeah, it would feel like going back in time. I know when I tried to get Christmas time-ish, when the Bruto was in the store again, and I tried to get the NA account kind of up and running. Every single time I tried to do something, you hit a hurdle of you haven't unlocked this. How do I unlock this? Oh, I got to go do that quest chain. Right, but to do that quest chain, I got to go speak to this dude. Like, there's so many little things that you clearly take for, if you were to lose them, you'd feel so sad, but you completely take them for granted, the fact that you have them right now. A well-aged account now that's done most of the content at least once in the expansion it's no surprise that people just face roll anytime anything new comes out. But if you were to pick up a brand new account with the War Within now, and you figure out what it is you need to do to like just unlock everything and to be able to play the game on the same level as everyone, just flying around picking up all the flight paths, for Christ's sake, it is something that you don't even really consider. You're like, oh, I need to quickly go over here all of a sudden. I'll just take the flight path, go grab a sandwich, and I'll be back in a minute. Oh no, I haven't got the flight paths. Oh shit, all right, well then I've got to haul ass over there manually. Either I'm playing this like an absolute moron, or I feel way squishier all of a sudden. And I don't know why. I seem to have the same buttons, but something definitely feels squishier about the build. I've never had to stop and kill everything at that point before, I don't think. Maybe it's because I'm not actually paying any attention to what I'm doing. That's probably the reason. Oh, the DPS. When Demon Hunter pops off, it pops off. Ouch. No, no stuns. This is not a good time for stuns. I-beam for the win. Why is nothing dying? No, kill things. Why does she keep spawning shit? Die already. Holy. Beam go burr. I apologise. I'm not entirely sure how blurry this ends up looking on Twitch. My encoder settings are set pretty aggressively, so there shouldn't be too much artifacting, but when I-beam pops off, it probably gets a bit pixelated. That is assuming you're actually watching at all. What happened with augment runes? They dropped to 1.1k. They fixed the dispenser. There's probably a huge influx of people who've been able to hit the raid today and basically get given a bunch of free augment runes. And so, surprise, surprise, people have slapped them on the auction house. I don't think it will be a... Oh my god, I'm dead again. Oh, I am actually dead. Yeah, I feel weight. Oh! I was wondering why I'm feeling squishy. Why does this character not feel as strong as it used to? The distinct lack of gear. That'll be it. That'll do it. Let's fix that problem for a second. Yeah, the War Within PvP trinkets. Mistakes were made. To give you the exact Algari Competitors Medallion 584 item level, but can be equipped at level 70. Algari competitors medallion and these insignia of alacrity. Why is the main healer using a fishing rod? Yeah, it's kind of one of them situations. 'Twas not planned. Right, hopefully this time. Oh my god, I'm literally in bot land as well. Bots can clear this place and not die. How stupid do I feel now? Boss fights with the chef hat on. Yep. I think most goblins have done that at some point. Doing some crafting or doing some fishing or something, and then you're like, oh shit, it's raid time. Don't change the gear out. To be fair, the bots were usually flying below the map. Oh, well, yeah, I don't know. Wouldn't know. When you get to the point where you're willing to bend the rules, I don't think you if you're bending a rule, you might as well bend all the rules, you know? So, fly hacking below the map is probably wouldn't surprise me. I don't know. I didn't just keep running to the end boss, to be honest. I was literally right round the corner. If I hadn't stopped to kill things on the way, I'd have probably just nuked it and survived. I once finished leveling a character, found him wearing a pair of level 5 boots. Well, I've got level 80s that have item level 8. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if one of these guys is going to end up with item level 8 by the time they ding level 80. Oh, in fact, no, that's probably... These are remix characters. These guys have probably got a little bit more gear than that, but yeah. Now, it's a different story, actually, you know, properly playing the character rather than boosting them, but... I have many level 80s now with double-digit or even single-digit item levels. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, 467, 460. Okay, these are remix tunes, so they got 467 gear. But freshly made characters are probably rocking about item level 8, I reckon. This is one of those scenarios where I don't know why I'm waiting around. Oh, no I do, because these guys get experience from these mobs. So we do actually kill all of this lot. Well, why is one dude like miles ahead of the others? That's not meant to be the case. These guys are meant to all have nearly identical. That's going to be annoying at the end when I've got a few guys lagging behind. Would rested experience cause that much of a difference, though? I get what you mean, but... Nah, you're probably right. I tend to believe chat on most things. Any summer vacation plans? There is... Mrs. Manthius changed her job this year. Now, under normal circumstances in Finland, people tend to take 4 weeks off in the summer. People will either take July off or they'll take August off. Now, why is there a phoenix here? That doesn't really change my plans particularly, other than there will be at least a week, a full week, when the wife is on holiday, when I will also take a holiday. I think it's going to be at some point in July. We haven't booked anything or planned anything particularly, but it would be nice to go somewhere, I think, this year. I took I've not had what I consider like a proper vacation since my honeymoon like 8 years ago. 9 years ago, holy shit. So there's part of me that's quite keen to do something, but I'm not sure. Ubisoft shuts down in August, gets nothing done. Yeah, it's interesting how some companies take that policy. I'm surprised Ubisoft does it, to be fair, but does it just basically operate on skeleton crew and then everybody just takes the month off? Is it then mandatory for you to take your holiday at that point then? Is it sort of like you can have 4 weeks off, but it's here? It's not Ubisoft, it's the French. Oh, okay, so it's kind of, sure. Yeah, I suppose. That'll do it. I think it makes sense, though. I always remember living in the UK, like, at the beginning of the year, your boss was always on your ass, like, when are you taking your holiday? When are you taking your holiday? You have this week, and this random week. And it was, like, completely spread out, and it never really felt like much. And you'd take a week off, and you'd spend the first 3 days, like, winding down. You'd have 2 days off, and then you start thinking, shit, I've got work again next week. Like taking a week off never felt like actually having a week off. Whereas I think it's probably quite a European/Nordic thing these days to take like a chunk of time off, like 4 weeks, just like work will survive. It'll still be there when I get back, but see you later. Like, I'm out of here, peace. I think it gives people a lot more of an opportunity to actually wind down, decompress, and become a real human being again. Now, that does mean the unfortunate side of that is that you can often go from Christmas to the summer without much time off, which can sting. But I mean, I'm talking very generally here. You know, I'm slowly, desperately carving out a mini career of content creation, playing video games on the internet. I can't really attest to the struggles, but because my work-life balance is absolutely non-existent, but I enjoy every minute of every day, so what do I possibly have to complain about? Why do I possibly need a holiday when every day is a holiday? Oh wait, that's the boss. Die already. A week off is not a vacation. Yeah, it's just not long enough, is it? Genuinely not long enough. If I wrote in 4 weeks off connected, they'd tell me to not come back probably. Well, you say that. The funny thing is in Finland they have, what do they call it? Saldo pay or something. I can't remember what the actual Finnish term is for it. But like they basically, they not only pay you when you're on holiday, which is a foreign concept to some people, to have actually paid time off, but they pay you basically double. You get like bonus pay when you take your holiday in the summer, and it originally stems from the theory that they pay you to come back, right? That because some people there was the inherent risk that you take 4 weeks off, and if it was 4 weeks off from a job you didn't particularly liked, that was also 4 weeks for your routine to change, for your habit of going into that job that you didn't particularly like every day to change. And companies picked up this policy many, many, many years ago. And in fairness, in today's market, a lot of companies are wheedling out of it. But they picked up this concept of like they actually pay you more when you're on holiday, and they're paying you extra to basically come back. If you don't come back, you don't get that extra pay. It's kind of a bit like work-life bribery, but clearly works. Blessed to have a 56-day vacation in the summer, but the rest of the year is pretty much 6 days a week, except for some state holidays. 56-day holiday, so that's like 7 weeks, nearly 8 weeks. 8 weeks holiday over the summer, that's great. Wait, teacher? That sounds like teacher hours to me. University lecture. I knew it was something close. You've told me before. I'm very, very bad at remembering these things. I'm kind of like that though. I don't take, when I wasn't doing content creation, when I was being a real adult, when I was doing adulting properly, I was pretty much the same. When I was on, I was on. So like I would happily do 6 days a week. I'd do 6 days a week, and the seventh day was just an annoyance because I wasn't working. And I lived in that mode for years. But then when I had a holiday, like when I actually took a holiday, I'd properly chill out from it. And I went probably 10, 15 years where actually taking a holiday and taking days off was just an inconvenience. But you can do that when you're young. When you start having slightly more responsibilities, it becomes a bit more challenging. You do actually need to do real things, like you can't possibly live years and years and years and years of your life not doing basic DIY around the house, or not doing the gardening, or not going to the food store. Like there's a limit to how much you can actually just blast, especially if you start getting in a relationship, which is why these days I try really hard. I sometimes slip, but I try really hard to stick to my routine and stick to my schedule, even though I'm doing what I love every day, and I'm fortunate enough that it puts just enough just enough food on the table for it to be worthwhile doing. Even with that said, I still try to keep to I do this Monday through till Friday, and then the weekends are not gaming time. Although, I'm also not the best at sticking to those rules. Haychak's also recently said that since he's now gone full time, he's he's putting in significantly more time and effort than he feels is healthy. And I've sort of said to him that you do have to find a bit of a balance, because burnout is real and you don't see it coming. And you can most definitely burn out from doing something you love just as much as you can burn out from doing something you don't love. I'm hence why I'm not overly stressed about the fact that I'm really not doing much on YouTube and this sort of stuff right now. We're sticking to the streaming. I'm having an awful lot of fun with the streaming. I'm genuinely quite enjoying World of Warcraft at the moment. Dare I say it, surprisingly so. Like, I was not overly positive going into 11.1. I was really quite concerned that we were going to get a couple of weeks of 11.1, and then I'd be like twiddling my thumbs wondering what the Christ are we going to do until 11.2. I did not quite realise that 11.1 was going to captivate me as much as it did, but that's mainly because we've kind of made our own plans. It's not really... Where did you come... Son of a... Only because mechanic of farming and optimising the mechanic of farming, and then a very convenient levelling boost shortly after has allowed us to like scale up and like build into, Manthe Arbitrage Limited. 11.1 could have gone very differently. And I'd kind of planned a bunch of other stuff to do during this period in time. I was playing The Division. I knew The Division was releasing an expansion. We were going to blend into doing a lot of that a little bit more. GTA 6 was due to come out in September, October time. Admittedly, it's now been delayed, but we were going to do a full playthrough of GTA 6 again, GTA 5. We were going to probably do a Satisfactory playthrough, build upon the Satisfactory playthrough we did. I was going to really try and branch out and do other stuff, but I've got wildly captivated with WoW again, out of seemingly nowhere. But I'm still very cautiously not blasting too hard, because I know that I want this to be the chill time. Because when we start getting into housing, and when we start getting into alphas for midnight, and betas for midnight, and Legion Remix, it's going to be that go season. So I'm taking the summer to be a little bit more chill, a little bit calmer. The calm before the storm, as they say. Did you see the Witcher 4 gameplay demo? I've not seen the full one. I've seen clips of it. It's just an Unreal Engine demonstration, isn't it, really? I'm not sure I entirely believe their claims that it's running on the basic PS5 at 60 FPS with ray tracing. That sounds a touch sus. I don't think it's going to be that well optimized. I don't think that well optimized exists. That looked pretty much as good as my 5080 4,000 euro PC could probably do. That didn't particularly look like native PlayStation footage, if I'm going to be honest, but they did say that it's not 100% gameplay. Okay, so very clearly pre-rendered then. It looked good though. It looked good from the 30-second clip I saw of it. I never played Witcher 3, but isn't Witcher 3 like 10 years old now? Maybe that can be on the cards. I don't think it's a very stream-friendly game though. Need to play it. It's another one of those 300-hour jobs though, isn't it? And it's very heavy story-based, which worries me that it's not super stream engaging. If I was to play it, it'd probably be something that I'd tinker with offline. 10 years or something, but it's a great game. If it came out 10 years ago, what was I doing 10 years ago that prevented me from playing it when it came out? What in WoW were we doing exactly 10 years ago? Was that Legion? No, no way. Was that Legion? Oh shit, the bed. Well, that's probably why I didn't play The Witcher when it came out then. My IRL situation during that time was pretty... let's just put it this way. I wasn't able to play many video games during that period. I didn't even play anywhere near as much of Legion as I wanted to, never mind other games, so... Legion was August 2016. Oh, so Legion wasn't out technically yet. Legion was coming, so we were still in... Whoa, we're still in WOD mode. Okay, we were still stuck in our garrison. Okay, fun fact, then that's probably about the time I stopped doing content creation for the first time. People don't realise this is... A lot of people don't realise this is my second leg. I was doing YouTube and streaming and stuff from sort of end of... I want to say end of Cataclysm-ish to about the end of WOD. And then I took quite a few years away until the end of BFA, really. I think Gumdrops might be aware of my first stint, maybe possibly, because I know I did guides on TSM and stuff in its very early days. I can't remember when Gumdrops joined TSM. Oh, what's going on here? Hose pipe for main. Let's do it. Yes. Make it happen, Bear. Welcome in. Thank you for bringing you and your friends. How are we doing, boys and girls? Good evening. I will address you all formally in a minute. I'm desperately trying to not die on my Demon Hunter. Hose pipe for main. Do it. That has to be a sub goal, by the way. I'm just saying. Little hose pipe. It's not about how big your hose pipe is. It's about how well you play him. How are we doing, boys and girls? Good evening, though. I hope Bear had plenty of entertainment for you. I was there partially early on in the stream. One month of Hosepipe as main. If the subathon lasts for a month, he'll be my main for the rest of the year. Oh, boy. Oh, we've got to make that happen then. We'll start a petition. We'll do it. Well, thank you very much for the raid, Bear. I probably assume that at this time of night you're probably raiding and running, which is fully understood. Thank you very much for bringing the fam over. And for those who are local around here and don't know Bear's Adventures, or Crunchy Pistachio, she's more commonly known. You should, she does far more entertaining streams than me. Far more entertaining streams than me. She was a bush yesterday, so make sure you go check her out. For those highly confused by what's going on my screen right now, I'll give you a quick TLDR. I'm frantically leveling up as many level 80s as I possibly can. I have 5 accounts running most of the time for the purpose of like farming shit and doing profession stuff in goal making. So it's a really good opportunity with the Burning Crusade time walking. I have a little Demon Hunter dude who is geared to the teeth, but can't get past level 70 because this account doesn't have the War Within. This is only a Dragonflight account. So he's pretty much mythic geared, but from Dragonflight. But he's full-on twink status these days. And as you'll see, can pretty much solo and annihilate these dungeons, whilst the bonus dudes get the end of dungeon experience and benefit from it. I'm actually going to die here if I'm not careful. He's not totally invincible. Computer would combust if I try this. If you tone the graphics down, you can actually run multiple accounts of WoW without too much difficulty. But it does help if you're at least a little bit tech savvy or have a reasonably powerful rig. Manatomes is a bit of a pain though, because the big void boys, they stun me. And that's the only thing I can't defeat, really. Got to make Hosepipe her main. Yeah, we'll make it happen, don't you worry. You could dress up like a bush. Hey, I look foolish enough on stream day by day. I don't need to dress up as a bush to look a fool. Bear's got natural elegance and beauty about her. I just, you know, I'm a middle-aged man. I look a fool half the time. So yeah, we are en route to having a level 80 character on every single server in the EU. That's the goal with this. That's 82 characters, I think. We're a little under halfway. I've got a level 70 plus character on every realm already, but we're using the time walking event to get them to 80 right now. So is this the new freehold boosting? This is a pretty competitive way of leveling characters, yeah. There is still some outer world boosting spots. Anybody that's ever looked at getting a character boosted without paying Blizzard's $60, $70, whatever it is, premium to just buy one straight up off the store, if you've gone the boosting route before, there's a couple of outer world farms, but when something like TBC time walking pops up, this is the preferred method. Thank you very much for the follows, by the way, boys and girls. I do appreciate them. The follows pop up on screen, but they don't make big screamy sounds. But I do see them on my dashboard. Thank you very much for the follows. I disagree. Whilst Bear is full of elegance, you have charm as well. Oh, well, thank you. What level are these dudes? These dudes are 77, 78. So a couple more. It's about 3 dungeon runs per level. And you can pretty much bang out these in about 5 minutes if you don't die. And we're dead. Oh, that's a good time to say hello to people then, eh? We dead. We overpulled. Weirdly, as much as I appreciate the Bear raid, there's a very strong chance that I'm actually not here for much longer. Even though you can probably tell I'm very British, much like Bear. I live in Finland, which means I'm 2 hours in the future for you guys. It's nearly midnight for me. So this is probably going to be my last dungeon run of the day. We will continue leveling these tomorrow. Where's all the mobs gone? We will hunt somebody down to share the love once again with, though, if we can. So if anybody has any suggestions for where you would like to go next, I apologise for probably passing you on quite so quickly, but if I am to maintain any last stretch of beauty, I need my beauty sleep. Welcome in, Marcus. Good evening. It's quite interesting to see that there's quite many familiar faces as well. Is K-Chak still online, is he? He's probably also about to go to bed, surely, though. He usually finishes about 10. Well, we'll see. Maybe we'll throw you over to K-Chak, even if it's only for 5 minutes. If you've come from Bear, you probably know of K-Chak, even if I'm a new face to you. As K-Chak did the panel with Bear at LFG. K-Chak, much like myself, tends to play around with multiple accounts and do lots of goal making. Far more successfully than I in most cases, but... Finland is GMT +2. Yes. Yeah, it's nearly midnight here. 10 minutes to midnight. Alrighty. These dudes, 78, 78, 78, 78. We'll leave them there for today. Oh, alright then. Boys and girls, thank you very much. I know it's been a very short trip for some of you, but thank you very much for joining me this evening. For those that were here earlier in the stream, thank you very much. I don't usually stream at this time. I'm a sort of a morning streamer. We drink some coffee, we have some fun. Wednesday is a bonus day because, of course, it's reset. So we'll be back in the morning if you want to come and hang out again. Thank you very much for joining. We will pass you on to K-Chak. Assuming he is still live, is there any way to... What's he up to right now? Let's have a little look. Let's have a little look. Little looky. There's a good chance he's about to go offline, but... We'll pass you on either way. Oh, he's stretching. He's stretching. Stretching means he's probably... Oh, we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, we'll see. Thank you very much for joining, boys and girls. Have a wonderful rest of your day. We'll be back in roughly 12 hours' time. If you want to come and say hi in the morning, we'll be drinking some coffee and having a blast as well. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll pass you on to K-Chak. Have a good one. Good night and peace.
Crap, there's a rare up. The rare up, let's go, quick.